So according to LSEG, S&P 500's Q1 earnings growth now seen at 5.6% year over year. That's up from 4.3% that was seen on Thursday.
Morning. I'd like to see the Russell be able to hold this right up into 50 flag and then come up into this resistance here. So this is kind of the range that I'm looking at right now in RTY. If we can hold this for 0.5 to 0.68, just a previous value area. Need to watch our gap. This 21.25 still our resistance. If we look at our higher time frame chart, we are just back to this resistance here at 15 to 25 with a smaller pivot, 21.25. It's the same as before. We tried to hold it on close yesterday and failed, gap below, and then are now trading back up into that gap. Russell leading us up. So again, I'd really want to see this 06.8, 04.5 area hold if we're going to keep the momentum up after the gap fills that already happened. A good sign that we filled and didn't immediately make a new low. Held our VWAPs, which is good, but we do need to make a new high here, or we can chop a bit before a decision's made. Again, need RTY to hold this. Then NQ get back over value high. Ideal. It's gonna be pretty choppy until we can secure the gap overnight. I'd like to see flag. Russell find a base.
In 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the University of Michigan Sentiment Final for the month of April. Forecast 77.9 on the prior 77.9. The 1 year inflation final forecast at 3.1% from the prior 3.1%. 5 year inflation at 3% forecast on the prior 3% as well. Expectations forecast at 77 spot 1 on the prior 77, and conditions forecast at 79 spot 1 on the prior 79 spot 3.
Need to make 25, 27 supportive, or this will be our local top for right now. Rebid at 25s. Really love to see this hold here. Seeing weakness on NQ and ES. So just see if we can flag up here at 25. 25 holding is... $25s don't hold. We're looking like move back down to 20 makes the most sense. So just keeping an eye on RTY NQ here. NQ leading down off of the gap fill. Russell still holding.
So in 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour, we see the release of the University of Michigan April final reads. Sentiment, the forecast is 77 spot 9 on the prior 77 spot 9, with a range of 78 spot 3 to 74 spot 3 expected. 1 year inflation expectations, forecast 3 spot 1% from the prior 3 spot 1%, 5-year inflation forecast at 3% on the prior 3%. The expectations forecast at 77.1 on the prior 77, and the conditions final forecast at 79.1 on the prior 79.3.
Hold yesterday's value, pretty big deal. At our ETH high now, and previous stay value. So we need over 855, 70. Really, this is what you want to become supportive. This LVN here needs to show a bid.
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with the University of Michigan sentiment final.
This 5570 to 6171, kind of your primary resistance, but if it can become supportive,
10
you're
seconds.
looking for basically this to show as a flag, and then you can trade it up to like 75, 74, 50.
77.2, 77.2, that's lower than forecast, 77.9. 1 year inflation final at 3.2%, 3.2%, higher than forecast, 3.1%. The 5-year inflation unchanged at 3%, 3%. University of Michigan expectations at 76, 76, lower than forecast, 77.1, and conditions at 79, 79, lower than forecast 79 spot 1. So noticing some slight strength in the dollar following this. Again, a noteworthy US University of Michigan 1-year inflation final coming in slightly higher than expected. We have posted out the University of Michigan April final reports on the feed for anyone interested.
So it's like either we can build here at 55.70, and that gives you your rotation up to 63, and then if we can do this, get this rotation between this point and this point. If this holds as resistance here, you're probably going to need to pull back to ETI before we get anything else. So this 70.70 is important, or we'll fill this LVN back to this node and look for decision. Basically, does value high ETHI hold as supportive? Can we get back over previous day's value here at this 55.70? If we can, it rotate to that 63. If value high fails, we look for a push below ETHI for a rotation back down to this node. You'll see value low. Buy side is found in this LVN, and then recovers this for upside on a deeper pullback, or the rotations will fill the gap. Right? This becomes resistance. This rotates down to fill the gap, and then so really you want this to flag out here for a continuation upside, hold our value. What we did today was hold yesterday's value high, make it supportive, and now we're trying to flag and show acceptance outside of today's value and push. So flagging here, incredibly important. Deeper pullback back to ETH high, value high. A rebid of the 70. That would be my understanding. We did our hold of 25s on ES, pushed up to our next target at 35s. If we can make this like 35, 36 area supportive, then I think 45s are definitely possible. Same thing with the Russell. This is our first target here off the hold of our 06.8. This is the POC of this range. This is our value low recovery and hold. This is POC, and this is value high of that range. This is just a rotation of a previous area of value. If we look on our higher time frame chart, we have now held our 25s, like I was talking about this morning. We have now traded up into our mid pivot. Our pivot above is 45. To see if RTY can flag here, understanding that this is POC, and all we get. New PVZ zones just opened, right? So we're just watching for pullbacks to these, or to... Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's not really much to say here. It's you want this 25 to 20 area holding just as before. You need to get over 35s, rotate 40, 45, money. It's ranging, trying to make this supportive, right? Build out this area. RTY hold of today's POC, pushing to this 2015.4. Again, need to see that become supportive if we want upside back up to 21s. 15, 10 seconds, about to open. I'd love to be able to see 34, 35 now stay bid on ES, push and hold above it for a move back up to 40s. NQ attempting to hold our overnight high. I think if that can't be supportive, then we look back down to 12s. 12 to like 801. Morning, Nick. Bar 34, 35 holding. Need to see a breach of this
US
high.
stocks extend gains, Nasdaq up 2%.
Russell being able to hold this 15.4 is going to be incredibly important for the last like raw up to the highs. Remember, again, like we're treating this area as a full rotate. So the hold of this was incredibly important. Now we're building at this PVC is value highs flipped up here. So it becoming supportive is key. This last leg up that we're gonna need. As right now, still just kind of holding it at resistance. NQ trying to build. Watching our view ups.
Taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, 42 out of 100 equaling fear, and the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 70 out of 100 equaling greed. And taking a look at the VIX, currently down 0.91% at 15.24. Noting some sudden downside in dollar yen, still up 0.81% at 156.9.
Really just keeping an eye on NQ reaction into this 12 area. Ideally, we see buy side step in there, but really just holding this lower zone low is good step in or a rotation back down. Really want to see big step in. We want to see ES be able to lift over 35. So Russell lead down so far. NQ back down into our basing.
So Citigroup changes their Fed call to 100 basis points of cuts this year from July. Needs to get back over our overnight high. RTY needs to get over this 1320, 12.1 point range. Everything so far just holding our AV WAPs, bouncing where we thought, but again, need to highs. Our seller will be located in the exact same areas of both ES and NQ. Always makes for a great first PT, looking for a new high, but understanding that sell side is sitting above. So profit off, remove stops, approach the high.
Yeah, that's target. We can make 35 supportive. That's what I have as well, Nick. Got to get over our overnight high at 40s, but 45, 50. Basically just in the middle of our rotation right now. Deeper pullbacks, we want to see this LVN fill, hold at 30s, basically, 31. Basically on any sort of dip, we're just going to consolidate here, right? We're just building out this node. So if this is going to hold, we want to see any dips get bought in this off. If this doesn't hold in the LVN, then we fully expect a rotation back down to the 5s. That's important. We're just consolidating, trying to build out the structure here, understanding that there's like structure-wise. All I'm looking at. We know if this doesn't hold, like the rotation is gonna come back down to this LVN. Nice thing about having like a pretty clear level distribution. So your full rotation from the failure at 35s. Need to see NQ and RTY find this low. Back down to our basing here. Well, we push back up into this 34-35. It's your first take profit off of the hold of 25s. If you're playing that rotation, this node. Need to make it supportive if we want upside. Really, it's your salary offer on NQ. 15 to 20, supportive. We just look for a higher low to establish. Nothing about this idea that I've drawn is invalid. Like, as soon as we can hold 35s, we look for some supportive here for a push to 45s. It's just we need this high edge of this node. This has to show as buy side. As of right now, right, like we're at our POC. We know our value highs above. We know our overnight highs above. This is our pivot here. Hopefully what I'm saying is making sense. We have two very clear nodes within a larger node. We know that this is our full rotation that we're doing right now. We know if this becomes resistant, we should come back down to 15. As long as 25-20 is holding, we should continue to get these node rotations. We get new upside as soon as we see a bid step in at 35s and be able to lift us over 40. This area has literally no structure. So building out this area up here makes the most sense. Why I'm just kind of really patient with it. Really important test here on RTY.
We're seeing the yen now weakening to 157 to the dollar.
Nice. Good job. No, not really. I don't really have monetary goals, but there's a point where I'm just like, this is fine. Like, I don't aim for it, but once I hit it, I'm like done trading, I guess is the best way to put it. Yeah, I really try not to get greedy. Yeah, it definitely is. I think you surf. Yeah, if we make our money in the first like hour of the day, then I'm basically done. If the action feels good for the rest of the day, like I'll stay. But if it slows down, it's more of like a time to money, time to effort thing for me, to be honest. Like if it feels like it's gonna take 2 hours to make the same amount of money that I made in the first 30 minutes of the market, then I'm probably done for the day.
So again, just to repeat, the dollar hits for 157 yen, which that's a fresh 34-year high, last up nearly a whole percent.
Russell needs to find a low. NQ attempting a higher, but we need to get over this 42.50. Still rejecting that 34.35 on ES, just the middle of our range. Watching the Russell come down, seeing if it'll double bottom here or if we're going to need that push down into like 06, 07. As soon as the Russell finds the low, though, should get another pop. You have liquidity being offered at that 07.5 and 2006.60. So really just coming back down to the bottom of this range. Like here, basically. Again, just from like a ES perspective, we're just rotating this node. We're trying to make this 20 support, this 30 supportive to hold a higher low, right, in the LVN, to show that we want to just trade in this upper auction. This node here, we understand if this doesn't hold, that we will rotate back down to this node. So it's really important that buyers step in here and push us over this 34.35, or rotations back down make the most sense. That's literally all there is right now. So just waiting for the Russell to find that low with NQ holding our highs is important. Looking for a bid to step in here in this LVN at 30s, or that push over 34.35. Incredibly important. Understanding if this doesn't hold, that we're more than likely coming back down to this 2025 area. We're just building out this area. This area has nothing. Maybe I can show that. This area has been nothing over and over and over again. And this has been our target on the hold of 25s. We've been looking for this move up into 45 for multiple weeks, understanding that 35 is our distance, like the only place where we've developed before. And the same move that happened here at 35 hold gave us our push to 53.55. So again, this 35 becomes an incredibly important pivot to me, because we know that this is where our previous price was willing to develop, and we know where that move brought us is back up to this 55 pivot. We know that if 25.20 doesn't hold, that we're gonna have to come back down to. So yes, it might feel pretty painful, but it's just building out this area that has had zero volume. Yeah, it'll get it relatively soon. Just coming back down to the bottom of the range. If this isn't the lift, then we have one more leg down and then it'll lift, I think. It seems like just a reversion back to VWAP and our value low from the previous session. You're playing off 30s. This is PT again into 34, 35 until we see it become supportive. Above that, we look 38, 40. Another rejection of our 35s. There's no change. See if the Russell finds a bid. We step into this. This 0706 is really where I'd like to see it bottom out, understanding that our deepest pullback would be down to 4.5 on RTY. But really want to see buyers show interest here. If not, then this move back down to 045 makes sense. So really want to see buy side on a bid here, so we push in 0607. This part's boring but necessary just to build structure. Back up to our 34.35 on ES from the hold of 30s, no change.
So that's the yen now falling 1% on the day, to as weak as 157.24
This target
to
on
the dollar.
NQ, 60.75. Russell immediate bounce off our area. We're now looking for that push on ES. We want to see 34.35 hold now on retest ideally. Need to get over 38.40. Russell just back up to our seller. I need to change these labels. I'll do that after. The levels are good, the labels are bad. They're just previous day value. NQ leading here, new high, but need to see ES do the same thing. Waiting on Russell to figure it out. You can see how like undeveloped this tail is at the highs. Gives me hope. We're just looking for a higher low. It's the board.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight in the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
New PVZ just opened right at our target at 38. Again, until we see over 38.40, not a ton here. Our bounce zone, of course, has now become our PVC for the next area. No change at the highs for Russell, still resistance. I just took first profits here into 38s. Now looking for 40s to hold. 38.40. We can build here, should go for the 5s. Watching as we push into our Russell target. That'll be my next take profit. Pushing in now. What's my target above? I mean above this 82.92. If we get over this, then we can look for 911, 917. We have a 10-point range above us at our ADR high. We need to see this be able to build, or we expect this to be resistance. We can flag here, or we can look up for about 911, 917. So again, like hold of our 30s and then build at our 35s results in a push to target, right? Just the ability to build and hold at our higher values is incredibly key. We'd love to see this 40 now be able to build out here. We understand that this tail is now developed a bit, right? There was nothing before. This has given us that excess in the highs that we wanted, build out this tail. Now we're just looking to see if price can build here and form this tail out a bit more, right? Just, like on our profile. If we can do that, then we can push into our next targets. We understand that Russell is at our previous resistance, and we got this move because RTY had momentum from the lows. Right, so it being able to hold a higher low here, develop it over this will be key for continuation. Watch for pullbacks here at our value high at 70s on NQ, 70 to 60, just 10 points here. You want to see buy side show value. Great job, Cass. Have a great weekend. We look for this 60 to be supportive here on a 2. 60 to 70 is just where we want to see bid be able to defend. Waiting for the Russell pullback. We understand that this was our resistance. This is profit off. Also, Russell and then Q momentum, right, was high. As soon as we grasp that idea, things become a lot more simple for where we should be looking for profit targets. See if NQ finds a bid here. Huge, Nick. Great stuff. Have a good weekend, man. Watching Russell back down into our 07. We're just watching to see if these rotations will hold. Russell doesn't find the buyer into this low again with NQ, then I'll probably stop out the rest of my contracts. It's not a probably, I will. So just want to see if we can just do these rotations.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
This was me getting stopped out. Screenshot for my ads, my exits. Stop. If we get one more rotation, just need the Russell back over 007, NQ back over 42, not rotate back down to our value lows. Just back down to our 25-20 here. Yes, right. Cleaning up the chart. Levels haven't changed. I'm not in this rotation until we see the Russell back over our pivot. This is NQ and RTY just coming back up to our PVZ as resistance. 60s, right, on NQ. This 07 on RTY. We want to see ES be able to build at this 30 off of the bounce at 25s again. No change there. Need to see the Russell and NQ give a shit, or we have a shifting trend.
Chevron says we expect to exit the year with about 900,000 barrels per day in Permian.
Permian. Oh, really? Learn something new every day. I thought he just misspoke. Russell, another rotation from our pivot at 4.5 back up to our 07s. Again, we want to see this become supportive and recover our AV WAP from the downside, right? Are looking for this go as supportive if or this will just top of the rotation once again. Magnetic strips. Oh boy. You attach an adhesive piece of tape with a magnet on it. Attach another magnet on it. How is that doing anything? I mean, like, I understand, but like, it doesn't seem like that much. I guess a little bit. I feel like this would work really well with certain types of notes. Like the one in the GIF, he has a very narrow bridge. But I feel like he doesn't have like a really standard node. There's a 30-day money back guarantee, so that's all you have to say. That's all that matters. $60 for 2 magnets. Bit much. But it's not as snake oily as I thought it was. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I mean, if it helps with your sleep, it's... Just a reminder, I'm not in this rotation until we see the Russell figure out what it wants to do. Your edge is playing off of 204, 5, 207. Either you try the edge at the low, or you wait for the break and hold of the edge at the high. Have zero interest in trading here. You're just stuck between this buyer at 27 to 30 and this guy at 35. It's just creating this choppy garbage. NQ just holding POC in our overnight high. Russell leading down still from the rejection of our 07. Just trying to make it work with this pivot.
Just doing a quick mic test here. Dollar up around 0.5% on the day per the Dixie.
Huge mic.
As we're also keeping an eye on the dollar yen, so that was extending its gains up. So that's yen weakness at around 157.5 yen to the dollar now.
Back up to our 34, 35. Yes, back to our resistance on Russell. NQ probably has another 10 points. Up to 60. And then we get direction. Our first look over our AV WAP as resistance. See if we can build on ES and NQ here. Still really want to see the Russell over that VWAP. See. Get back into this previous node. Set Q to target here at 60s. Same with the Russell. Want to see these become supportive if we can. That'd be ideal. 38.25 above on ES if 34 is no hold on ES is support. 38.25 next target. Just keep an eye on the Russell at the top of this range. If it wants to expand, then we can keep going up. Two 15's just opened. So I'll push into the close of that one. Oh boy. '20 were the days. '20 was like the last year that felt like a year. If that makes any sense. I feel like the last like 4 years have just like flown by. We're witnessing a potential hold here on RTY at our 07s and our 34s. Trying to build, right? Everything's just flagging. It'll be major if we can do this. Yeah, that's when I quit Destiny. Make squads 4 people. I'm not about to be like on the back burner. Oh no. We've been over this conversation. He will play though. Did you see the actual gameplay footage they've been putting out? Looks good. The Dracula like arena looks crazy. Retesting our 60s here on NQ. Russell still holding. Retest of our 34s on ES. No change. As long as the Russell's holding our pivot, I think that there's potential. Just holding our 0 on tick. Rotating. Watch 39.25 on NQ. We push into it as the Russell retests our VWAP in 07.20. Bids happen there where they don't happen. Still retest of our tail.
The dollar extends gains against the yen, touching 157.6 yen to the dollar now. So again, that's a new 34-year high now. It's last up 1.2%.
Says Russell POC here. You're playing off the 0720. This is your first risk. Really risk off. Above this, we look for 12s again. Dollar is cucking NQ, but the Russell trade is playing well. Yeah, this update looks great. Did you not play the Russell? Daily reminder that the Rust Bowl is a tradable asset. Yeah, the problem is the dollar. NQ just holding our pivot. Good idea, man. Does NQ have any value though? The dollar is at 0. Buy your lunch in ticks. And Q back down to bottom of range here, our overnight high, and our POC. Watching the Russell as we approach this 9.6 again, just POC on the day. Off of the shift. Then you realize that they're net long the market as well, and that it doesn't matter. If this is going up, expect this to go down. Correlation is pretty relevant right now. I'm just looking for a Russell into 12s. Actually, never mind. I just fat fingered and said exit market all. Okay. Well, that's that. That's so stupid. Okay, well. It is what it is, boys. Oh, DXY back to the lows. Failure at the highs. Can we get a new low? Really? Alright, well there's our 12s on Russell. $35s need to show as supportive if you want anything else on ES, or you're just in this 5-point rotation still. Need to see the Russell over this 12.2, 13.2, 1 point range above. Loss of momentum on RTY with weakness on NQ will result in a push down. Right? So like this becomes a pretty significant pivot. Just like last time. The ability to build above at our value high will be incredibly important if we want that look back up into 1620. Failure here, again, will result in another rotation down, but already with NQ weakness. With the Russell, this won't be a good look. Probably give a new low on ES. So, really keeping an eye on RTY here. Seeing if we can build at POC. Previous POC, sorry. I guess it's shifted up, yeah. POC was developing at this 9.6, and now that we're back to our previous POC, price is developing out again. Do you want this overlaid, or do you want me to put it onto like a separate window below? Is it okay overlaid? I feel like it's good to see the correlation, but I could see it being kind of messy. I'll do whatever. Here. Go.
So US's Sullivan on MSNBC says, I think there is new momentum in the hostage talks.
Momentum. A balanced day is to be expected, but this isn't the greatest balance. Just too slow for it to like really be actionable. Makes sense though with the gap up on ER and everything, right? But be very confident in the edges. Just tight stops. Try on any reclaim that you get. Like the thing that actually has like solid pivots and decent price action. Russell just the better trade. Watching DXY into this low. See if it double bottoms or if it results in a new low. Hopefully that'll give, if it does result in a new low, hopefully that gives NQ strength. But if we double bottom here, just more of the same. Really keeping an eye on the Russell. It's trying to make POC supportive here, flagging. But if we see weakness below, then we can expect that rotation back down to 096. So ideally we're able to flag and go for that value high retest on a push over 13.2. Again, if this doesn't hold, we the ability kind of fail to accept over POC and then shift back down our previous POC where this buyer was present. Kind of the look right now with everything else at resistance. Shit, what was it called? Symbol. Looking for this 13-2 to no hold is supportive, ideally, on the Russell. My charts are going crazy. Want to see a higher low, ability to hold this look above. NQ still flat with Dixie. ES flat, of course, with the mixed market. Can someone with an iPhone or an iPad explain what this means? Does the iPad not have a calculator app? It's crazy that Apple invented the calculator. Got our hold of our 13-2 on the Russell, pushing up into our value high. This move has now played. I didn't mean to post that in intraday ideas, but it deserves to be there. It's all good. Whoops. Hmm. Is this what we've is this what he talks about now that he's been banned from talking about tacos? Medieval tapestry? This first target on NQ into our 5975 PVZ. This 60 to 70 area is just your resistance. Same thing with ES into our 3825 to 40. Need to see it lift above. This is our first real test over value on the Russell. Full rotation, did the thing. Good area to move stops up if you are in a trade off the Russell.
Hello, everybody.
What are we thinking? Do I stay for the full session today, or do I leave at 12:30 when Mario gets on?
I'm here.
That's what I'm saying. Do I leave or do I stay? Friday? Do I do a full session with you guys? Ready to chop?
I'm sure you had a phenomenal morning,
It's okay.
and then a really shitty half hour after.
Yeah. I just started trading the Russell instead, and it's fine.
That makes sense. I don't know what we're gonna do.
As long as DXY is still going down, you have upside potential. The yen is cucking NQ today.
Ooh.
DXY matters quite a bit.
The yen. I don't know, just looking so far, I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen the aggressive sell up here yet. Or attempt. It really doesn't look like there's too much.
No.
Like on in Delta by price, looks like there's definitely like resting sells, but like I really thought that as we looked above 25 that people would be quite eager here into 50s. But I am generally not right. We're about to speed up, Gav. What do you know about speed, Gav? You pretty fast, bud?
These are the pivots we've been playing around all morning. Still in that no man's land.
Yeah. Well, that was... I've talked about this LVN a lot. I really thought we would just look straight up into the March like structure and really not mess with this, but once again, I am generally wrong.
So this area is, I mean, there's no way to be right about it.
Yeah.
35s is like what I had is our like in the middle, nowhere. We see
Yeah,
anything else, we look up, then we see if sellers are loading in 45, 55. If not, then it's like, okay, well, balance, chop. Get the move overnight.
Surf.
I'm flat on RTY into value high here. I'll look for more upside if you wants to build and ES wants to build, Russell. But we're at our local pivots and I've just been playing the ranges. Again, as long as DXY is falling, it has room, but we are testing our value high now. The 39.27 hold. Hold back win. Why not?
Buddy, you just had one like
We not have another
minutes ago on NQ. Yeah, it's 30 points.
Not. You want to see 60s holds here, or you get your full rotation again. I would assume it's like 56-60 is where I'd want to see buyers on NQ. Yes, 35s, of course. First real test is into 37s to see if they're the same guys actionable who lifted us, but 35's your pivot. Mario, what brand vape do you have?
Voopoo.
Voopoo.
I've gone to them, man, probably for the last like 3, 4, 5 years. I've basically only used their stuff. Yeah, thanks, Surf. Very good, Surf. I use the drag. The Voopoo drag.
Oh, okay. 60 watt or 80 watt?
Yeah, one of the smaller ones. Their coils are like pretty good, where you can still, like, small form factor is still pushing like a lot of volume.
So a coil lasts you like a week or two?
Yeah, like a week. What'd you do, Meldy? Did you pick some stuff up and set it back down? Oh, while jogging in place. Incredible.
Reports that today China and Russia defense chiefs talked during the SCO meeting. Also reports that China's defense chief also talked with their Iranian counterpart.
A good format.
That's great.
What vape is that though? Oh, got a massive. Got the Game Boy in the vape.
Crazy. Oh boy.
Not about the Vupu.
There's, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like some good brand names. They're all kind of, they're all pretty silly.
All some like Chinese name that was translated into something that sounds semi-English. They all are.
So in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, we see the release of the weekly Baker Hughes rig count number. Oil rig count, the prior was 511.
We're
Total
holding where we
rigs,
need
prior
to.
was 619.
Bid stepped in where they needed, but it's so slow. Need to see a lift here soon. DXY trying to bottom out with NQ, but NQ holding our 60s. Remember that 5660 is what we want to see. It's continue to maintain. We want to see that look over 70s for more upside. Need to see our 40 on ES become supportive, our overnight low. Russell still maintaining. I have tried Smoke, and Aspire.
Yeah.
And Elf Bar,
I
of
used-
course.
I've used to do smock.
Remember, this is where our seller was last time on ES, this 40 on the look above and failure at our overnight high. So we need to see a bit more pressure this attempt. If we're going to do it, keep this channel up, or coming back down to that 35 kind of makes sense. Just for another rotation. I'll even throw a regression on there for you. You can understand.
You guys are lucky.
What is the voice news feed we have? We pay for financial. We have a lifetime. There's a link, but you can get it when we aren't live on delayed data. It's like, I don't know, 3 seconds delayed. You can still stream it. Still useful. Can I count? Sorry, I just saw that, Zach. My bad. Or you could be like Flex, there you go. 10-minute email is your friend. Unlimited premium. Make fake accounts with this. Easy.
I love when we're just seeing like pulling on the bid and the ask, and the spread doesn't move. It's like, okay, all right. How did all the oil names do this morning? Have you looked yet?
No.
Basically no movement.
So in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, we see the release of the weekly Baker Hughes rig count numbers. Oil rig count, the prior was 511, Total rigs prior 619.
It literally did not move at all.
Yeah, over 40, bro. Easy. My 20 shares that I've left are doing well. Sold 5 yesterday.
Ooh.
Saving the rest for 300 target, you know?
Yeah.
Flex, check Discord.
Making the break.
Our next target on Russell. 1620. TBZ. Only I didn't fat finger my stop on RTY. Huge. We are back to the same place that Cass left at 83s on NQ, our previous high 2 hours ago. True. What's up, Nick? You missed absolutely nothing. We're in the exact same place you left.
So we're shortly expecting the Baker Hughes weekly rig count numbers.
Okay. I just thought it was relatable to you, you know? Just a meme. The XY pushing down. Looking good, looking good. See if we can get over 92s on NQ. Into our 45 targets here on ES.
Baker Hughes total rig count 613, 613. According to Interfax, Russia's economy ministry say oil exports are seen at 240 million tons in 2024. And Russia still sees 2024 oil output at 523 million tons. And Baker Hughes oil rig count 506, 506.
Want to see that overnight high hold on ES, ideally, 40s. Or push back down to 38.25, just makes sense to retest value. Immediate rejection off of our 45s. See if that Russell news is now over the rig count. Get back over 16.2 would be ideal on 0-tick hold. Yeah, that was a good one, Flex. The old matter. I'd really like to see this buyer at 75s be actionable. 75.80 on NQ. Like, we really would like to see this hold higher low here. With the XY falling. There's not a ton to reference below that, other than like 70, right? So this buyer who bought above 75s would be really nice. Offer attempting to lower down into it.
Man, this speed is so interesting. This is really keeping me engaged.
It's attempting to move up another 5 points into this 80. Offer lowering into it again, just like the 75. One's a bit different though. Like to see 80s hold. Russell's still so weak. Back down to the POC of this node though, where we found our buyer last time. Hopefully the interaction between that and you holding higher lows as we retest this guy. Watching 40 still on ES. Need us over 15.4 on the Russell, or this will be your offer from the hold of guy here on our node.
Israeli military says it struck militants in Lebanon's Bekaa district who advanced attacks against Israel.
Your first risk off, if you're playing off of 75s, just back up to our most recent seller here at 85. Need to see the Russell be able to maintain and push back over 16.2.
Man, this is a brutal Friday.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
DXY trying for new low here. Pushing back up into our first target.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
Looking for 92. This is our most recent high here. Move stops up. You're in. Here it is. It was a nice little like scalp just off of a dom trade, but if we can get over 92s, we can look for 11s, 911. Calling this our high though until proven otherwise. Need to see the Russell be able to breach.
Where's your road trip to, CJ?
78 counterparties take $464.912 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Later, CJ. the breach back into value, we now need to keep an eye on this 82 to like 80. Sellers are going to want to try to push the offer below 80s, then below 75s. We're looking for sell side to be present at 650 if they're going to push this down with DXY rising. Right? So as it comes into here, we watch for sell side to be present below this buyer that we found at 75 on the failure to overvalue. If we can push back above, right, and start to build over 8650, then we can start to look for more upside, with 92 being our pivot, right, profit first. Just really watching this reoffer into value from other side on RTY and NQ here. Yes, still in the middle of the range between 45 and 40. Here's your reoffer if it's going to hold. Kev. Testing that 86 with XY pushing down. We have a decision here in a second.
Yes, looks like it wants to take here.
2 hourly in 4 minutes.
It's 3 days till Gav's birthday, Adam, and we will not be celebrating it, so don't worry about that. He definitely would like that. That's a problem. One of the reasons we won't be celebrating it. Ooh, I like that one, Sauce. But you should go back to bed.
You'd need to see a pretty significant XY pushing him high. Retest of value here on NQ. Russell's still a step. Trading tech around our PBs. Yes, still can't get over our 45s. And we have some push below 0 here. Watching this 8650, 82. Gonna hold, or if it just rotates again. As long as DXY is pushing, it's pretty uncomfortable. The long idea. That being said, I don't really see a great short setup. I just don't feel comfy with DXY push up, chop. Just think, kind of feels like the start of a curl over if we don't see a buyer lift us soon and then squeeze some sellers. Yeah, this guy from 94 dropping the offer down to 89. Yep. Mario, do you think any of the old weapons that got sunlit are like sunset are going to be good? I feel like everything's been power crept so much that like it's
In
irrelevant.
PvP, there'll be a couple things, but yeah, exactly, Barg. Like Walla already did a video on it yesterday, but I think in PvE, it's everything is already there. Like people are freaking out about like some of the old hand cannons that are like double damage perks, but like those are now back in the game and stuff. So I didn't play, so I don't know. My opinion is like I don't know the old weapons, but it seems like not really.
Yeah, I mean most of them were like pretty meh compared to what's being offered now. Why I was like when I saw that I was like that just yeah,
Well,
like the
and
power creep
so
is crazy.
the other thing that everyone's just freaking out about the headline, but if you actually look at like the report from Bungie, they're reintroducing all of those weapons and they're adding like orb drum perks and stuff to them. So I think that
So we just have to re-roll basically.
yeah, like everything is going like even if you had like one of the hand cannons I really liked was like kindled orchid, but like so if you had one, that's fine. You don't have to go farm for it, but like someone like me who didn't play then, like when they release them into the game, like I can just go farm for it, and it'll probably be better
Yeah, that's what I'm
than
thinking.
the old one. Like still, so that's my kind of take on it. I don't know if it's true or not.
I mean, it seems like it, because I had a bunch of stuff that was like, you know, quote unquote S tier at the time, but like compared to shit now, it just
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Varg.
I wish Fastum was legal here in the States. That was like my go-to for soccer injuries. Stuff works wonders.
Rougher than gold.
I don't know if there's something similar to this in the United States, but we used to get it, we used to smuggle it every time we went to Europe, like by the boatload back home. Like my entire Premier Soccer League was just me putting that crap all over. Back down to our 86 here. See if bid will hold or if we'll push below on this attempt off the failure. 94. DXY lowering, but just kind of backing into our basing. Want to see the Russell hold 16.2. Watching zero tick as well. Need to see a significant bid here, or like it just feels like another rotation back down, 75, 70. I don't think they changed the font. Oh, your font is different. Your font's horrible. Full rotation on NQ here. 70-75 really needs to hold, or it just feels like going back down into like 60, 56, 60 makes sense. There's your 60 pushing down in now. Watch our 38s here on ES, push into that 60.
Piece of movement. Honestly, wouldn't hate to see like sellers step in here and get a little bit deeper back into these balances to at least like open things up. Just sitting at those highs was rough.
Just watch DXY into the slow and our zero test on tick. Really want to see Russell be able to get over that 15.4 and just offer here. I don't really feel like there's much here until we see buy side show that they care over 90 though.
Yeah, they gotta like go. New 15s here. I wish we didn't like slow down here again. This ES45.
So the BLS corrected estimates for the fourth quarter productivity growth now show it at 3.3% versus March 7th published estimate of 3.2%.
Did I
No,
leave?
he's here
No.
still. There's just not much to say.
Yeah. I just shorted down into that 67, and then I haven't played anything since. Now I'm on Twitter. Yeah, it looks like it. Nice trend up. Looks like it holds this 74.50 or probably comes back down. Does another rotation back to 68.85. Looking to see if it can flag here. 507 win. You have like one or two options here, right? Phi is either going to develop out this node here and hold our value high, or it's going to come back down, right? It's going to re-offer our value high, show acceptance in this LVN, and rotate back down. Go see. You have to deal with this node here. We look for the rotation. This will decide direction. Either we come back up, or we will rotate back down. That'll go for your 7 target. Your PVZ's just opened.
Yeah, I was gonna say turn hour. Got a little excitement there at the turn of the hour. Maybe 10 seconds of excitement.
That's the whole 2 points, huge.
So the Dom started to move more than 1 tick at a time.
Ooh.
Holy cows. Oh my goodness.
Got a reoffer here. It's gonna go down. Retest of our overnight high. Now we watch to see if value will hold this 42.50 to 41. You want the offer to basically be stuck there. and aggressively push down, or we'll just rotate again. Just another range play on NQ. First target off the rejection of 42.50 into our 38.25. Below this, we look for 35.50. Expect some relief here and retest overnight high. You'd want the overnight high to now be resistance, ideally. Keep in mind, DXY is back at the bottom of its range. And we're just rotating ticks around 0. Watching our recovery and retest of 17s on the Russell. Russell needs to reject here if you want lowers, anything lower. Sick. Check these out. Two of my friends are about to go painting. They just sent me their black book pieces. So good.
Oh.
First one says regs, R-E-G-S. Second one says exam, E-K-Z-A-M. It's one of my two of my friends in Detroit are going out and painting, and they just sent me their black book pieces. It's basically like the rough draft, their like outline of what they're gonna go spray paint. Go on painting. They both work at GM in the car design department. Is there anything good, CJ? That's
Oh,
pretty
that's super
sweet.
cool.
Yeah. Sounds like me, man. Sounds like me, man. Little tism, you know? Yeah, you gotta get them into the stock market. See if you see some patterns. Fascism. Photographic memory? Definitely not. You got a little photographic memory or a little hate? Or some tism? I'm confused.
I'll take all of the above for 800, Alex.
Maybe one more shot and you would add superpowers, man. I don't know, you never know.
Oh, brother. What a Friday.
Ugh.
Slight little check in here. I know, like, yes, RTY not moving, but NQ down into this, like, 4850 edge. Possible. For reject 60 here.
DXY new low, which is interesting.
Yeah.
It makes me feel like if we get a rebid off of previous value and recover this, that there's actually potential if sell side just fails here.
ES is so stuck.
Yeah. Makes me feel like a look into 35s would be nice, and then like
Yes.
sell side failure, and then maybe a bid with someone getting stuffed. But like that's the only thing I can really think of. It's interesting with the DXY fall. Really just looking for like a recovery and then bid. Some excitement. Someone trapped. Or it just like will slow grinds down to previous pivots. I don't want that screenshot to be mean, man. You just need to realize, like, I have a hard enough time doing things with people that, like, I've known for years. The willingness to hang out with people is just not there. Too much,
Especially you guys.
a lot of energy. So, like, imagine, like, meeting someone new. Ugh. The horror. What's up,
Very good to
Manly?
hear, Manly. I mean, every day except, well, everything literally except the last like 2 years has been like quite good this week. It was a good week. Last week was also a good week. Like yesterday's afternoon was phenomenal.
Yeah, you guys got the move with Google.
Yeah, after like, even like midday, like it was just like really nice pullbacks and then higher highs.
Wow.
And they were like large enough where you could trade the short and the long.
Yeah. Back to this base on NQ. Curious to see our reaction here. It's like 48, 45, either bids or we're gonna come back down. Look 40s and then look 30.
33 is POC.
Yeah.
I guess on 1 minute 15 has it at 36, so whatever that range is.
You had previous buyers accumulating at this 45, 48. So it's like, are they still present or are we gonna have to retest the low of that rotation? Testing now as we push into our 35. Yes. Give us an idea of where we're going.
So far, decent NQ response, but look back into primary balance. Yeah, over 60. In my opinion. Hold on. Yes, back over Globex high. Kinda with it.
This is your first reoffer here. If you're playing off of that 45, 48, needs to get over 60, like Mario said. It's just a retest of our previous PVC value and our reoffer of our seller. Buyer stepped in right where we thought at that 45, 48 though.
Another test here. Be any buy side response, same thing. You need to see higher high, hold higher low, or else you should expect continuation. Ah. Sorry. Va? You okay, buddy?
Hmm.
I don't think it's me. I might be wrong, but I'm not Are you?
You're looking for
Oh, you
60s
missed
again? We just did that trade, bud.
you missed a classic Aurora yesterday where he had like a 3-point sweeper and I just see news?
If we get over, what do we need to get over here? 55.25. See, like, it's just too tight. New 15 is just open. Let's see if it'll lift for you, Rory. Our 35 test, yes, again. Is anyone else having issues with
NYMEX
Discord?
diesel May futures settle at $2.54 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline May futures settle at $2.76 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude June futures settle at $83.85 a barrel. That's up 28 cents or 0.34%. And NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at $1.61.
Looking for one last leg on Russell here. The 1240. It's gonna hold. Or it just makes sense to do the station. Really want to see bid step in here. We want over 48s. We don't want the offer to stick on NQ. This 45, 48, right? This buyer is no longer present and willing to interact above.
I think Rory jinxed me because right when he started typing, now I'm just like coming in and out. Why would you do this to me, man?
Well, YouTube seems fine, so you can always just go to that one, Rory. What do you mean he doesn't talk there? You can hear him on Discord. I mean, on YouTube.
Do you know how live stream works, right?
I have Discord sound coming through. I can turn it off though, if you're gonna log in. I'll put on some Japanese Vocaloid for you as well. We'll get copyright strike, but you know, worth. Seller's still sitting at this 45, 48 with size. Needs to lift above that, or we fully expect a retest of our overnight high in POC, like 29.75. Yeah. Need to see like, I don't know, next 30 seconds, I would say, or it just kind of makes sense for this last leg to push down. Same thing with ES, where like we need to get back over 35s and bid, or I look for 28.50. Here's our test. 48's in Q, 35.50, yes, right? Want to see this bid be able to hold here and not just hang for a second on offer and then push down. It's your first PT here into 38.25. '60s, of course, on NQ. We can hold 52. Oh, late day Braxton play.
There it is. High risk play.
Chat is yeah. I just got stopped out of my last one there. See if 45, 48 holds now, buy side, and might be able to look to re-enter. If this fails, then it's just the same rotation. For the SPY boys, this is from the plan that I drew out. We're at our node, right? So this is your first real test. Do we hold here at our POC? This is halfway through today's value, right? If this becomes resistance at 508.70, right, and we look below and VWAP doesn't hold, we'll be looking for this move down or that next leg down into our value low. Probably, I would assume probably down here. Here. This is our inflection though. Clear, just like channel down. Yeah, 140, 142. Both of them, it's a spread.
It's 440. I think he mistyped it.
Oh, did he? 440. Oh, yeah, yeah. 440, 442.5. Looks like that. Sorry, I just copy and pasted without actually looking.
Keep an eye on this Apple lift as well. The daily open value low, 169.80. If we can get this last little push, they'll not seen any higher highs. ESNQ.
An important area. Russell retesting the high of our range off this rotation. Need over 17.1. 16.2 to 17.1. It's your resistance. Previous value areas. Got this node. Need to see support above the tail or it just rotates again. DXY falling still.
Can we get the 60 tag on NQ here? Says Apple into that daily open value low. Yes, towards this Globex high. And if we can't put a higher high in, should look for another rotation.
2 minutes on these 15s. You'd want us to hold up here into the end of the 15 and then catch a bid.
Gotta get schmoo moving.
Yeah. Closing out our offers, just not great. Watching our zero test tick as we push down into 45, 48 again.
Brent crude futures settle at $89.50 a barrel. That's up 49 cents or 0.55%.
Nice try, bozo.
Certain roads.
Was on ER next week? When is it? What day? I've been doing pretty good.
1 for 1.
Doing pretty good. Why is this not? When is this? Why is it not showing up on the trading view machine? We got a daily chart. Ah, there we go. Tuesday. Are we assuming a close here, Meldino? A flat close? Man, this is another $20 either way. 180 close? Yeah, I mean, you either trade like 160 here, take out those highs, right? Easy. Alright, fill that gapper.
Russell resistance 17.1. Need to see the pushover. You want to see this 45.48 hold. It goes offer again.
Were you just directional in Google yesterday, Meldito, or did you put a strangle on? Even the the 170, 130 strangle went from like 60 cents to like over $2. Pretty good. Very nice. Apple here again.
Euro hits a fresh 16-year high versus the yen, last up 1.1% at 168.785 yen.
And please.
Ever since PewDiePie moved to Tokyo, it just hasn't been the same.
It's been a while, man.
It hasn't been the same.
Come on. XY new low, please. Yeah. Russell over 17.1, please. Rory, NQ, please.
Apple got the little pop over daily open, value low. First test was a little shaky, but looking in now. Microsoft holding balance, Nvidia holding value, Dixie lower lows.
I can't believe he's gonna ruin us.
It's his fault. It always has been. It always will be. Called illegal. Maybe for you. Okay, if he gets out of hand, I can just hit him with the proper first name, last name, and he gets a little spooked. Where with this, Sven?
Oh, there is a Discord update now. They made super likes free and then everyone stopped using them. Interesting. They lost the appeal once the unlimited. Oh.
Monkey brain dead feeding intensifies is my favorite part of this whole clip.
It's crazy that this is your fault. You have all the power here. How are you being abused? Watching negative 500 tick, seeing if that'll complete this rotation. Need the Russell to hold here into our rebid reversal line on stacked. Bottom of range again on 39s. But still need to see the lift over 52 for us to have anything meaningful. Rory says the magic words, man. At our 52 here. You're playing from 39, it's just another range rotation. We want to see the bid be able to lift over this. This is just where you want to be moving up stops. Watch as we push into our 58.60 again. As the Russell hits our 16.2 previous day value, or sorry, previous period value high. POC for the session, for this period. Need to see that it's a lift. Just if we were like hold a pivot, I'll try to add. Like here, if I see a bid step into like this 48.52 and I have a lower average, then I'll move it up and then move my stop to break even. I have one runner left here from 44, so I'm waiting to see if we can get the lift, and then I'll add, and then I'll just move my stop up. He needs to see a bit more excitement though. Here we go. See if we get a rebid now. Yeah, exactly like this. But I wanted to have seen a little bit more aggressive participants there. I didn't see like the bid move into it. That was a bit more random for me, so I didn't add. I have to wait.
I think like the best way to think about adding is it's just where you would look for your position like after an established like reversal. So we talk a lot about like, okay, you build a node, we trade through the low volume node, right? And when we trade through the low volume node, hold the structure above, now you're looking for that entry. Well, if you're getting in at the lows, that's just where you add. I feel like a lot of people like disconnect the add from their other setups and triggers, but it's literally the same thing. You're just like already in a position then.
It is
That
key
is
we get over 70s here. Key.
That's a different problem, Tom.
It is key. Yeah, it's the curse. Curse. I feel like if you are gonna pyramid into trade, like I don't think pyramiding into a trade is bad, but you have to have like a really clear invalidation at that point, where you're like actually screwed. There are plenty of like successful traders that pyramid in, but like their stops are much wider because they're looking for much larger move. I personally can't stomach that risk, so I don't do it. But I understand the con. I just like am unwilling to take like 5K losses. Like that just fathomable. Like the mental trauma. But those same people are then like holding their positions. So it pays out in the long term. But like you have to be strict. And it's like, is your entry, does it make sense? Are you actually looking for a much larger move? What's the criteria that actually gives you that?
Was your initial NQ imbalance fill here? I am out. Most of my position there in the 73s.
Really want to see this full tier. Just holding our 13 EMA. This is our full PVC retrace, 42.25. Fine, yes. Russell still holding this range, failing to breach. Need to see a bid step in relatively soon. You can see we just traded up into this LVN. So, like, where do we need to see this become supportive? Well, we need to see the look in the development here for a rotation back up in this node. This is just where you expect sell side to be present.
I tried to get into that meta trade, and the spread was like 15 cents, and it just would not fill me. But and then it went up like 30 cents like within 5 minutes. But that was a baller play by Braxton if you're able to get into it.
Feels bad that written wrong. I feel like maybe more people would have been able to. But I guess if you're looking, like it's actually looking at it, it's no sense.
That's was what I was looking at. I was like, this makes no sense. Like meta's trading over 400. But yeah. So you would look for like a rebid here on NQ at like 52.
Yeah, it has
Possibly.
to. Same thing with like this 38 on ES. Has to here. You have to be careful with the Russell failing. Like it basically needs to double bottom here. This 52 and 38 on ES. And now we have to watch 40.25 ES off the 38.25, right? Like that's overnight high is your first rejection point. Same with this. We have a seller sitting at 63 who's been putting on size. Like 63 to 70 is where you expect sell side to be present. Until we see a bid willing to look into that, it just is our offer point. Shut up. Clearly, the 70-cent average cost was different buying that deep in the money.
Would there even be like a spread on that? Wouldn't it be
It's
just full
probably
value?
not. Yeah. No. Actually unplayable.
So now you're looking for a push above 70s for
Yeah, you need it.
possible continuation.
We got our Russell double bottom, but it needs to continue. We've got our test on our overnight high here on ES, and we're testing our 70s now from the hold to 63. It's moved up. But now you can take off your, if you're in from lower, right, you now can hold just your 52 average because we're now back to our sell side. And now you hold 52s as your main look, understanding that we're at, right, you can take full profit off and then just have your runner now from your average up. That's usually how I do things like that. Like understanding where we are. And then like if that 70 becomes supportive and your stops now break even at that 52, you can now add again and then try if we see that bid step up over 50. Like, okay, now you can move your average up. Like now 63s we want to say see basically stay bid. Understanding that that's where that buyer was, or where the seller was before, and then where the buyer lifted in 70s. Busy. Back to our LVN here, retesting our highs on NQ. Again, need to see this become supportive over 75s for rotation back through our previous node. Is the top here, the LVN, the 75. I just turned my space heater off like 5 seconds ago. Woke up and it was 36 degrees. It's now 52 degrees. So yeah, it's okay.
I was like, yesterday here was 70 and sunny. It was so nice, and now it's like 50 and raining. Just garbo.
So done.
Buyers on ESCR are taking into 42s. Just need to see that acceptance.
Just doing a quick mic test here, noting the dollar up around 0.35% on the session.
Big mic.
Pretty big Tesla retest here. 3 minutes left till new
Also keeping an eye on
15s.
S&P 500 futures, currently up around 1.1%.
So we're into the last like 45 minutes. How did people do this week? Pretty good week. Neutral week. How are we feeling? This is one of my better weeks of the year. Best week ever? Hell yeah. And was last week your best week ever? Like, are you building, Varg? Let's go. Very good. The key here is you're gonna get kicked in the nuts and it's gonna suck, and you need to just remember this feeling that you can do it. Now, it's not luck. It's not luck. It's not luck. Things happen though.
Just have a good sense of what's happening right now with like how price is moving, and it's gonna feel like shit when things shift.
Yep.
And then you'll adapt, and then you'll be.
You're like at that point when you start like building is like the real test. Twenty seconds, new 15s, less 45s. we can't get this lift pretty soon, I'll probably close up. Holding for kind of a greedy runner here, but if it doesn't go soon, I'll probably just take it.
I mean, if 67s don't, if we can't get over 75s here at 62, this is kind of where I'm looking, and that'll just stop me out. And then it's like, okay, do I re-enter or do I?
I still have one on from
Oh.
39s,
Oh, nice.
so I'm basically like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take the 50 point, like if we get the lift and a 90, or not. Which is a little silly, but it's just cushion on the day anyways, so. Really been trying to practice holding this kind of stuff.
Yeah. I'm out one more here, just one left. Just for my average up at 70. It either happens or it doesn't. Moving stops up, of course, as we get the lift. You can maybe get to 96 and then look for more, but I'm out here.
Awesome job, Clark. Awesome job. I fought for a tick there and I get stopped. Hold the Rory. I really wanted 89. I literally fought for a tick.
It'll happen. I just don't care.
I got out of 84s there.
Yeah.
Take the 900 instead of the 1,000. Oh, boohoo. What was me?
42's holds, right? Like, you've got room to 45, but it's whatever.
I'm out. I'm out. My P&L this week is actually the meme, so that's good enough for me. No, that, yeah, what Sig posted. I had a pretty monster week.
Big.
Sometimes it clicks.
Interesting that your P&Ls went up with the trading of NQ.
Yeah. Well, I like, even there, like, 3 months ago, I would never hold for
I know.
what ended up being 40 points. Like,
That's good.
yeah, like, Ty, these are my last 2 trades. But even like that low, like, I mean, I was up into the 60s and then like back down red like 3 times. Like, just really trying to like follow my bias and understand, like, okay, if this rotates, like, I can get 40-50 points on 5-10 points of risk. Like,
Yep.
instead of being so zoomed in on the moment and like what's happening in the 30 seconds.
Why I'm a big fan of, if we hold here, look for X. If
Yeah,
X does what, then look next. Like, it's just like, that keeps me in. But yeah, exactly, Izzy.
We're at the top of value now, Tom. This is your risk off. I definitely can, but like, I don't know why you're looking for like 15 points over the highs right now with a half hour left.
I think if you get a dip and hold of with MOC, you can get maybe one leg up. The only thing I think that's coming up in 1 minute into 96, but I wouldn't be looking for 15 until we clear 90s. Right now we're just kind of building at value with Russell diverging. As long as like 42s are maintaining and we're able to maintain up here on NQ, I think you could maybe get a dip and then a push, but I'm flat. You need to see buyers take control over 92. Yeah, there is, Cal, which is why we closed.
It's just like, it's so easy to get a narrative, but until, like, if there's an established area where there are sellers, until you test and hold, like, you can only assume that they are still there. You should not assume that they have left,
Like if you look at,
especially at highs.
yeah, like the footprint that I posted, like the reason I sold into that at the low edge is because I don't need to be in for the high rotation of that sell block. Like you see how many stacked POCs are there? So like here. Oops. This one. It's like, yeah, we can maybe get it, but like you're a few more points for me isn't worth. Like if we see something that's actionable, we can get back in. See anything. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get some rebalancing with MOC, and then you'll get like an initial reaction, and then probably an opposite reaction. Usually, how it goes. Like this is just to bring it up. We were looking at this 39 is the low, where Mario was, this is where I got in as well. We then looked for this to rebid here at our like 52, 56 area. What we were looking for the secondary leg, which is we see holding, basically getting over these sellers and then seeing buyers stepping in. And then from this, we see the ability to then hold our 70. You can see that on the next 15 where our POC is here and this buying block. We're looking for buyers to hold that 70 and then looking up into our PT, which was this 90. So it's just seeing like the bid raise and then coming back down to where buyers were previously and then pushing off of that, which allows you to leg into a trade or look for next entries. And it's like we know sellers are here. So I'm selling into this edge, seeing that, and if we can bid above, like awesome, right? We can look up, but I'm not trading edge to edge, so this doesn't make sense for me. We can like see how that narrative played out now. Did it? And see, like we immediately reject off of that, and we're now trying to build at this 84, but like there's really not much here until we push back down into that like 70-72 Q, especially if 84 goes off or. But just like this, understanding like the edge, the narrative with the LVN, I think is like one of the most important things you can do for scalping. Just like this needed to be filled, and this was our resistance, that 75, until we were able to look above and then it's just building out this LVN that was here, and now we have like structure to play off of. It's hard to see now because of we've developed it a bit. But This is why this was the target. Here. You see like a very easy split between two auctions here. So until I see like the hold above and the willingness to bid, I'm going to be exiting into this until I see buyers willing to raise the bid up. Or it just makes sense to look for the offer because it's the separation between. And then we just look for the bids to hold right on this edge where we know we've seen the buyer step in. And as soon as we see that, okay, now we look for this to develop and we can watch how the LVN changes. Look for acceptance above, and then we trade into a target. We're rotating this upper node now that we've seen acceptance inside. See how we come up to our upper edge? And now like we're retesting the bottom of this node edge at 75s, right? I don't know if that makes sense, but I was trying to walk you through that as we were doing it. Like the review of it. Going better. So like in an ideal world, right, we now want to see this 70-72 kind of hold. Dips get bought just like they were getting sold previous. Like we want this, basically this LVN to hold. If we don't hold here, right, then we have the chance to rotate back down. So seeing buy side kind of a willingness to interact at this low and hitting is what you want to see if you're looking for failures, right, result in look below, and then this becomes our offer point that we now need to reach back above. So seeing an immediate bid in this little area that I've marked is key if you want upside. And then of course the lift over our previous sell, which is, yeah, I mean 84. You can see the separation though. That is clear. Like an actually painted.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Russell back down bottom of range. Three minutes until these 15s close. So it's like here or nowhere. And if it was gonna bid to the 70. Or you're just looking for that full rotation back down, I think.
Keep an eye on your tick structure here as well. I can reclaim 0 or not. Been pretty clean this afternoon.
See, it's just like a full rotation from 90 and back down to 70. Stuff sauce. Ah, playing off that 84. Yep. So this is like the previous 15-minute candle POC. We've retraced the full bar in 15:15. So like if you look at you on a see what I mean? Just right back down to where the buyer is. As we close this 15-minute candle, like pure indecision, just into our 90. Sell side still very relevant there. Yes, back to our 35s. You're getting your full rotation off the failure at 70s.
Yippee!
And this is where like all the buyers were before on NQ. So it's like, did they bid here? Or does this like 50 edge become resistance on an offer below? So now your first look is to watch our push back into 69, basically 68.50, and then 73. 68.50 to 73 is your. Peace, Adam.
Just you have to think about it, Sauce, the same way you'd think about your like delta by price, because it's more showing you that, right? We're just seeing these areas where there's like a lot of either positive or negative deltas. So then it's like, okay, what does that mean? Right? Well, if we have a lot of negative deltas and price was not able to trade through, there's your absorption. Or if it is, there is your trapped buyer, right? And vice versa on the buy side.
Yeah, I mean, basically the way that I've been playing off of it is I just look for like a build, like this is like one of my go-tos these days for like an actual pivot. Let me see if they can screenshot this. Yeah, because I look for action like this, where we see a move where we get like a decent amount of accumulation into a known low, where we have like multiple C's holding. On the next candle, I'm looking for this to come down and retest. Same thing here, where like we see a buyer and or close, we see a POC form above, and I'm looking for this area to be a potential hold. It becomes a pivot for me. I need to see this still be actionable, so I'm looking for a look into this and then pop over. That's like literally it. Because I still have my smaller time frame one on. This is a 15-minute, so I'm just looking for like where prices accumulated, where we built, where our major positions were. Is there someone who's potentially offsides? And is price building in the direction that I want to move? And where would be the most likely like areas where, if we were going to come back down, we'd be looking for an immediate bid from. That's literally it. And then that just gives me some like higher time frame, you know, pivots to play off of, or to look for interactions on the DOM. That's literally it though. And like if I don't see that interaction that I just talked about, then it's like, okay, there's no trade for me. I'm not seeing like someone actively looking for higher. It's just still like very neutral. Today, is he? Or just like over the last week? I'm glad you passed
Market
this
on
one.
close
Congrats.
imbalance, 950 million to the sell side.
Figure out what worked with this one compared to the last two. And keep that up. limit entries? So you think it's more of just like the indecision once we get into an area, and that limits help you be more decisive? Stick with it? You're looking for a buyer to be able to hold the 65, or I just don't see it. See if the Russell can get any sort of lift, break these lower highs. But I have 65 stone holds. I don't see much on NQ here. You want 65 bid and then a push over 78, where it just feels like it's more the same. Yeah, trusting it. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Are you selling at your PT or into your PT as well? I usually sell into my PT, not at it. That helps a lot. Do I really care if it gives me another 2 points? A lot of the time, it's like if I know that this is a seller, like I'm selling into the seller, not at the seller. Yeah, okay, that's good. Exactly. So that 65 bid is now flipped to offer. That should be pretty clear on your DOM. You can see that they're positioned there now. Oh, what a slow afternoon.
I mean, just decent rotations, but definitely not fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I can't either surf, but
Well, I've like left actually on time most days this week. So it just made sense. It's Friday, it's whatever.
it was like slow and boring enough midday too, where, yeah, I mean, like the first, what, like hour and a half even, 2 hours that I was on is like basically nothing.
Yeah.
Just hang out. Yeah, he tried to get me to drink that too, surf.
What the hell is that? What is that?
That's what happens when 90s babies have midlife crises.
Holy.
That was surf in college. That was his whole get up right there.
Yes. Exactly, Kyle's. Breakouts are a fool's errand most of the time, to be honest. You make so much money just like understanding your reversion targets. Just playing like edge to edge. Yeah, everyone did. Everyone did. Back to our 50s here. This is where like your major buyers were. 50s don't hold, then you look back to 35.40 on NQ. I'm still better in like with the morning trades. Like I can really put on risk understanding the setup and like our rotations, and then it's more like scalps in the afternoon. You can see that in my P&L. Wow. Just like time buy. There's just something about the afternoons where I just don't feel as great about like putting on as much. I don't know. It's just like so like we have such a clear understanding of like where we want to hold and where we're headed. Like it's like the range hasn't changed. Our plan hasn't changed from the morning. And then it's just like, are you willing to play the rotations within the plan? Like, yeah, I'm willing to play some of them. Definitely get a bit, I don't want to call it bored, but I guess that is just not interested, yes.
I think there's a lot that has to do with just like between like even breaking the day into like 3 sessions where you have like morning, lunch, afternoon, and like all 3 of those have very different speeds. And if you like really get your mentality going in like one session, it's hard into the next one
Yeah.
to not look back, like to get rid of your short-term memory, you know what I mean? And then the third, like if let's say you're like trading the first, the second feels bad, and then the 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern, like feels good again.
Yep.
It's that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's usually scalp like midday, and then like we get our big moves again, and I'll put size on into like 132, which I mean, it's just with PVZ as well, but
And that's even when I get on, it's very similar. Like we either get a really good like 11:30 to 12:30 Central like rotation, or we don't. And then I'm just like studying structure and participants until I know when it's like, okay, then I'm gonna have a good like hour and a half to trade.
Yeah.
And then it's the last half hour.
That's your full rotation on NQ, by the way. Back down to our 40.
I think too, Sauce, like yesterday was a good example where like your morning was like really trendy, and like the afternoon was still trendy, but we had these like larger degree pullbacks more consistently. And if you're still stuck in that morning mentality, it's really easy to take like 2-3 entries in the middle of a range where you're like, oh well, this small structure should hold, instead of looking for the like broader liquidity. And then all of a sudden you're just like eating into profits and just like you feel off rhythm. And it's the same thing, it's just that like rhythm switch. Alright, 9 seconds here, friends. Honestly, ES closing above 25 is still pretty bullish. Not bearish.
Something.
We're here.
Still in no man's land, but
Yep.
there's potential.
I am still. I mean, the last 2 weeks of videos, I always talk about like, oh, surely we don't pause in this LBN. Like, surely we just trade into 50s and then get liquidity looks into it. when you know when I'm confident about something that it's probably gonna be the opposite. Probably gonna be the opposite. All right, guys. Well, I will see you next week. I don't got anything else for you. Goodbye, everybody. Go eat your eggs. Go touch some sun. And get some grass on your skin. That's about it.
Nvidia
Adios.
shares closed with 15% weekly gain, the best since May 2023.
We can talk about it in DM sauce. I don't really want to, again, to be honest. But basically just looking at
S&P
it's
500 snaps 3-week losing streak and posts the biggest weekly percent gain since early November 2023.
I basically just replaced my higher time frame chart with the 15-minute footprint one, and then I'm just looking to see how we accumulate in areas and looking for the shift to POC with our deltas, and then looking for areas that show potential pullbacks on the 15-minute time frame where we've seen strong deltas with a POC above, and looking for those areas as rebids, as pivots, because it's like positioning took place there and it becomes like a pretty strong auction pivot, and then just playing into those, looking for either a rebid or a reoffer off of that structure. That's basically it. And then when we see like multiple POCs stacked on the 15-minute time frame with this chart type, you see the entire thing will move over, where like you get a flattened, not a flattened day, an extended POC that like that's at our 50s right now. And then that gives me an idea of like where I should be looking is like our main objective pivot of like where price needs to push over. It's the same thing on ES, where like that's now you have a ton of stacking that occurred at 34s. And then it's just playing around those levels and then watching how we react on our smaller time frame footprint and just DOM in general. That's like where my eyes are now, like mostly is I'm watching how we react into those levels and then just playing off the DOM. And you get used to it, and it feels really good, at least for me. I don't know how Surf's, if he's been utilizing it at all, but I find this NQ footprint quite a bit more useful than any other time frame so far, to be objective levels and then playing with it. It's definitely telling you a different thing, right? You're not seeing like offside sellers on the smaller time frame and then playing off of that as fast, but it does give you nice rotations to trade around for the larger moves, which to me has been a lot more meaningful with the chop. Yes, yeah, especially with the chop, like it holds like almost no meaning. At least I can't find much. And maybe I could if I was zoomed out more, but with the amount of screen space that I have, like I'm not willing to dedicate an entire monitor to the 5-minute friend key. So the only rational thing was zooming, going to a higher time frame and then trying to find edge there, which I've been practicing all week and seems to be playing as of right now. We'll see what it does on like extraordinary trend days, but I think it'll at least give us a good understanding of like our pivots, which is all that I care about, even in trend. I don't know, I'm gonna keep messing with it, but I find it incredibly useful, more so than I did on the 5. Like I think the 5 is really good on strong trend days, kind of finding offside sellers, buyers, but when we don't have a fast market, we go sideways too long on the 5-minute, and it just feels like shit and looks like shit. And I don't have the memory to know what was important, 45 minutes ago on the 5-minute. Whereas on the 15, it's very easy to see what was important. I don't know, that's all I have to say. I said I wasn't going to explain it, and then I did. But if you want to, if you actually put it up on your chart and you have questions, just DM me and I'll answer. All right, you guys have a good one. I will see you on Monday. You know the drill. Held our POC, bounced, rejected, unspy, got this node high, and then came back down to value low to close the day. So just full rotation of value. Just got a bit scuffed at the end there. Alright. B Rising, what is it? May...
Italy confirmed at triple B by DBRS Morningstar, stable trend.
May 8th. May 8th. I'd be down to potentially just like log in this weekend and practice or like get a feel for the game if people are down. See. But regardless, I'll put up a server if we have enough people for open. The open. Have a good one, Nick. Better flex.